Trustee Healy?
Here.
Trustee Katsinas?
Here.
Trustee Milani?
Here.
Trustee Compass?
Here.
Trustee Reardon?
Here.
Trustee Radishevsky?
Here.
Mayor Pika?
Here.
Please rise for the pledge. I pledge
allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Approval of the April 5th, 2021 Committee of the Whole minutes.
Mr. Chairman,
Trustee Katsinas.
I move to approve the minutes of the regular meeting of the Committee of the Whole of April 5th, 2021.
Second.
Any questions or comments? Call the roll.
Trustee Katsinas?
Aye.
Trustee Milani?
Aye.
Trustee Healy?
Aye.
Trustee Compass?
I abstain.
Trustee Reardon?
Abstain.
Trustee Radishevsky?
Abstain.
Mayor Pika?
Aye. Motion carries.
The Orland Park Police Department's quarterly awards ceremony, badge pinning, and the swearing in of recently certified police officers and a newly promoted sergeant.
Do we have a microphone down there or no? Here, you know what? I'll go from here and then I'll come down. So tonight will be our quarterly awards for our police department, and it's the first quarter award ceremony. It's an honor to be here again tonight with all of you. I understand what it's like to go towards danger rather than run away from it and to put your own safety at risk on behalf of others. The fact that you do it every moment of every shift makes me proud to be the mayor of Orland Park. We are here tonight to honor individuals for their bravery, their achievements, and their efforts. I want to remind everyone that while many of you will receive well-deserved individual honors tonight, I am well aware and completely understand that policing is a team effort. Here is what your team has accomplished. In 2019, index crime was the lowest rate since 1993. In 2020, index crime was down another 29% from 2019. For violent crimes, we were #1 for all towns greater than 50,000 last year. Despite the perceptions, Orland Square is far safer than the average mall in the country and safer than Oak Brook and Woodfield. We were named the safest city in Illinois for 2020, thanks to all of your hard work and efforts. These accomplishments don't happen without an incredible team driven by outstanding leadership at all levels. But it also doesn't happen without the amazing men and women who put their butts on the line every single day. On behalf of the citizens of the Village of Orland Park and the Board of Trustees, I want to thank you for your tireless efforts to keep us safe and making the Village of Orland Park Police Department the premier department in the state of Illinois. Thank you.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Orland Park Police Department swearing in, promotional, pinning, and quarterly award ceremony. I personally want to thank the village manager again for authorizing and the village board for approving our quarterly police ceremony to be held here tonight. Throughout the years, the Orland Park Police Department's annual award ceremony, pinning and swearing in took place largely outside of public view. Not anymore. It has now changed. Tonight we will learn about the extraordinary acts of heroism, life-saving measures, performed in outstanding police work accomplished by the men and women of the Orland Park Police Department and members of our sister law enforcement agencies to address crime in Orland Park. Additionally, I'm happy to report that we'll be welcoming 4 new officers to our police family tonight. I'll promote 1 new officer to the rank of sergeant and promote another 2 lieutenants. With that, I will now turn the floor over to Dave O'Connor, the chairman of the Board of Fire and Police Commission, for an introduction and the swearing in of our officers.
Thank you, Chief. For the last 22 years, I've been a proud member of the Fire and Police Commission here in Orland Park. And during the course of that time, I've had an opportunity to work with and will work next to one of the most extraordinary groups in law enforcement history, and that's the Orland Park Police Department. They are an exceptional group of individuals, both sworn and unsworn. And tonight, we extol some additional accolades on them. because they are deserving of every single one of them. They are an exceptional group of people, and we as citizens, one of the things that we sometimes forget is that when we are at home and we are safe and tucked away in our beds, there are guardians of liberty and life that are out there 24 hours a day, 365 days a year, making sure that you are safe. And the Orland Park Police Department is one of the most extraordinary groups of people to assure that safety. Tonight, we are going to add to the long tradition of exceptional policing by swearing in 4 new officers and 1 sergeant. I represent the Fire and Police Commission along with my 2 colleagues here, John Robertson and Laura Hines. Our particular agency is responsible for the hiring, firing, promotion, and discipline of the Orland Park police officers. Thankfully, because of their professionalism and their commitment, we do a lot more hiring and promotion than firing and discipline. So that's always great news. And tonight, we're going to extend that effort to continue this department to be the absolute best. With that, I'd like to ask Sergeant Sanchez to step forward. Hold it. Raise your right hand. Repeat after me. I, William Sanchez,
I, William Sanchez,
do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will support the Constitution of the United States
that I will support the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of Illinois.
and the Constitution of the State of Illinois.
I will enforce all laws of the state
I will enforce all laws of the state
and ordinances of the Village of Orland Park.
and ordinances of the Village of Orland Park.
I will faithfully discharge the duties
I will faithfully discharge the duties
of the Office of Police Sergeant
of the Office of Police Sergeant
for the Orland Park Police Department
for the Orland Park Police Department
to the best of my ability,
to the best of my ability,
so help me God.
so help me God.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Sergeant William Sanchez.
Thank you.
If we can ask Officer Cortino to step forward. Please raise your right hand. Repeat after me. I, Randy Cortino,
I, Randy Cortino,
do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will support the Constitution of the United States
that I will support the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of Illinois.
and the Constitution of the State of Illinois.
I will enforce all laws of the state
I will enforce all laws of the state
and ordinances of the Village of Orland Park.
and ordinances of the Village of Orland Park.
I will faithfully discharge the duties
I will faithfully discharge the duties
of the Office of Police Officer
of the Office of Police Officer
for the Orland Park Police Department
for the Orland Park Police Department
to the best of my ability,
to the best of my ability,
so help me God.
so help me God.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Officer Randy Cortino. I would ask Officer Healy to step forward. Please raise your right hand. Repeat after me. I, Thomas Healy,
I, Thomas Healy,
do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will support the Constitution of the United States
that I will support the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of Illinois.
and the Constitution of the State of Illinois.
I will enforce all laws of the state
I will enforce all laws of the state
and ordinances of the Village of Orland Park.
and ordinances of the Village of Orland Park.
I will faithfully discharge the duties
I will faithfully discharge the duties
of the Office of Police Officer
of the Office of Police Officer
for the Orland Park Police Department
for the Orland Park Police Department
to the best of my ability,
to the best of my ability,
so help me God.
so help me God.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Officer Thomas Healy. Officer Laffin, please step forward, please. Please raise your right hand. Repeat after me. I, Alexander Laffin,
I, Alexander Laffin,
do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will support the Constitution of the United States
that I will support the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of Illinois.
and the Constitution of the State of Illinois.
I will enforce all laws of the state
I will enforce all laws of the state
and ordinances of the Village of Orland Park.
and ordinances of the Village of Orland Park.
I will faithfully discharge the duties
I will faithfully discharge the duties
of the Office of Police Officer
of the Office of Police Officer
for the Orland Park Police Department
for the Orland Park Police Department
to the best of my ability,
to the best of my ability,
so help me God.
so help me God.
Congratulations. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Officer Alexander Laffin. Officer Talley, please step forward. Please raise your right hand. Repeat after me. I, Brendan Talley,
I, Brandon Talley,
do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will support the Constitution of the United States
that I will support the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of Illinois.
and the Constitution of the State of Illinois.
I will enforce all laws of the state
I will enforce all laws of the state
and ordinances of the Village of Orland Park.
and ordinance of the Village of Orland Park.
I will faithfully discharge the duties
I will faithfully discharge the duties
of the Office of Police Officer
of the Office of Police Officer
for the Orland Park Police Department
for the Orland Park Police Department
to the best of my ability,
to the best of my ability,
so help me God.
so help me God.
Congratulations, ladies and gentlemen. Please welcome Officer Brendan Talley.
Thanks, Dave. Appreciate it. Our next is our pinning ceremony with Lieutenant Wayne Lee. Wayne Lee's been here with the Orland Park Police Department for over 20 years. He's currently working in investigation divisions as our detective lieutenant. Wayne Lee and his wife, Sue. Sue will now pin the badge on Wayne. Congratulations, Lieutenant Wayne Lee, the Orland Park Police Department. I'd like to begin our award ceremony with the first award being the Exceptional Service Award. The Exceptional Service Award is presented to officers and employees of the department for a highly credible accomplishment bringing public acclaim to themselves, the department, or the police profession as a result of training, devotion to duty, or service to the public. Presented to Investigator Chris Lacerdo, Officer Alex Vayner, Officer David Hansen. On October 9th, 2020, Tactical Response Officers Lacerdo, Vayner, and Hansen conducted a controlled purchase of cocaine from a known drug dealer on social media. During the arrest, the suspect was found to be in possession of a Glock pistol with a loaded drum magazine. The subject was indicted by a federal grand jury for federal in possession of a firearm. True officers involved in this incident showed exceptional service by removing a dangerous felon from the street along with his illegally possessed firearm. Congratulations. They're going to stay up there because the second award is the Exceptional Service Award, presented to Sergeant William Fitzgibbons, ATF Special Agent Dave Lamont, Investigator Chris Lacerdo, Officer Alex Vayner, Officer David Hansen, Officer Mike Benjamin. In January of 2021, true officers conducted a traffic stop on a subject who was on his way to purchase heroin from a person in Blue Island. True Officer Lacerdo recognized the name of the heroin dealer from a previous operation that he had worked with ATF Agent Lamont. True officers began a joint operation with the ATF where they conducted several hours of surveillance and undercover work, along with obtaining search warrants. The joint operation led to the recovery of cash, a BMW,
and additional drugs.
How you doing?
2 offenders in this case were charged with Class X felonies and is currently being reviewed by the Northern District of Illinois U.S. Attorney's Office for federal conspiracy to distribute controlled substance charges. These officers are awarded the Exceptional Service Award for their devotion and attention to duty in apprehending a dangerous felon. Congratulations. Exceptional service presented to Officer Dan Livingston. On December 16, 2020, 2 officers began conducting a drug investigation at a location in Orland Park. Officer Livingston was involved in this operation, acting in an undercover capacity. At one point during the operation, the 2 suspects involved in the incident became suspicious. Officer Livingston was able to adapt to the situation using skills beyond his years of experience and ultimately completed the other undercover transaction. Upon the arrest of the suspects, 2 firearms were recovered along with over 500 grams of cannabis. Officer Livingston is awarded the Exceptional Service Award for his quick thinking and bringing claim to himself, the department, and the law enforcement profession as a result of his devotion to duty. Congratulations. Exceptional service presented to Investigator Kine, Investigator Wall, Special Agent Brian Tuckett, Special Agent Lauren Linville, Special Agent Haley Molnar, Special Agent Jenna Sorella. On January 27, 2021, Orland Park officers were dispatched to the area of 143rd Street and Woolcrook Road for a drive-by shooting. The victim stopped at a red light at the intersection when an unknown vehicle pulled alongside of them and fired 13 rounds into the vehicle. The victims were transported to a local hospital with non-life-threatening injuries. Investigator Kine and Wall used a combination of high-tech investigative techniques and determination to identify the offender's vehicle. With the offender's vehicle being identified, they used data from various sources to identify 2 offenders. With the assistance of Special Agents Tuckett, Linville, Molnar, and Sorella, the 2 offenders were taken into custody. These officers are awarded the Exceptional Service Award due to their hard work, dedication, and not refusing to stop until the offenders were taken into custody. Congratulations.
Next one. Great, thanks, guys. I'm good. Can I take a picture? Oh, no. You're up next? Yeah. All right. Congratulations.
Exceptional service presented to Investigator Casey Wall, Officer Gonzalo Morales. On October 12, 2020, the Orland Park Police received information from a victim who reported he had been kidnapped the night prior by suspects who claimed to be special agents of immigration. The offenders obtained money from the victim's bank account using his ATM card. Investigator Wall was assigned the case and worked tirelessly with Officer Morales, developing numerous leads. The lengthy and thorough investigation led to 2 offenders being identified and ultimately charged. Investigator Wall and Officer Morales are awarded the Exceptional Service Award for bringing claim to themselves, the department, and the law enforcement profession as a result of their devotion to duty. Congratulations. The Education or Training Achievement Award. The Education or Training Achievement Award is presented to officers and employees of the department for an outstanding educational achievement, or to officers or employees who have introduced a new training method or procedure that was adopted by the police administration for departmental operations. Presented to Investigator Doug Kine. When Officer Kine became an investigator, he continued his education in digital forensics by attending several training classes and seminars on his own time. In 2011, he began attending the National Computer Forensics Institute in Hoover, Alabama, run by the United States Secret Service. Upon completion at the NCFI, he furthered his education and attended several advanced training classes in digital forensics. In 2020, Investigator Kine set out to expand the department's high-tech crime unit. He designed a forensics laboratory, bringing the Orland Park Police Department to the forefront of solving crimes with digital evidence. Investigator Kine has taken his knowledge and trained several officers and investigators on the importance of digital evidence. His expertise in this field has proven to be one of the department's greatest assets. Investigator Kine is also a member of the Internet Crimes Against Children and South Suburban Major Crimes Task Force. Investigator Kine has helped train other agencies on the importance of digital evidence as well. Investigator Kine's hard work and dedication to the department, the investigation division, and digital forensics has played a key role in solving crime in Orland Park. Congratulations. Life-Saving Award. The Life-Saving Medal is awarded for an act performed by officers or employees of the department whose prompt and alert actions resulted in the saving of a human life. Presented to Officer Carla Wilson, Cook County Sheriff Police Sergeant Davis, Cook County Sheriff Police Officer Palomino. On March 31st, 2021, Officer Wilson, along with Cook County Sheriff's Police Sergeant Davis and Cook County Sheriff's Police Officer Palomino, responded to a call of a subject slumped over at a steering wheel at the 9400 block of 131st Street. Sergeant Davis and Officer Palomino gained entry into the locked vehicle and began CPR on the unresponsive subject. Officer Wilson retrieved her department-issued AED and delivered one shock to the victim. The victim regained a pulse and was transported to the hospital by the Orland Fire Prevention District. These officers are presented the Life Savings Award for their fast action and dedication to duty that resulted in the saving of a life. Congratulations.
Lamont gets the plaque. Unit citations. Corona, got it. We have multiple officers and awards being recognized for this incident. The unit citation is awarded to the active participants of an operating unit for a cited action involving a highly unusual accomplishment through the teamwork of all involved in the cited action. Presented to Chicago Police Officer Torres, Chicago Police Officer Keedy. The Exceptional Service Award is presented to officers and employees of the department for a highly credible accomplishment, bringing public acclaim to themselves, the department, or the police profession as a result of training, devotion to duty, or service to the public. Presented to Investigator Scott Prieto, ATF Special Agent Dave Lamont. The Medal of Valor. The Medal of Valor is awarded to police officers or employees of the department for an act of heroism at the risk of their own lives in the line of duty. Presented to Oak Forest Police Officer Michael Corona. On February 12, 2021, Orland Park officers responded to the 15500 block of Hollyhock Court for a vehicular hijacking. The victim was approached by the offender and demanded his keys. The offender then fled in the victim's vehicle. As it was fleeing, Oak Forest Officer Mike Corona located the vehicle traveling through Oak Forest and was able to follow the vehicle until it crashed in Chicago. Officer Corona pursued the offender on foot. During the foot pursuit, the offender pointed a gun and shot at Officer Corona. The offender eluded police for a short time, but was located by Chicago police officers Torres and Keedy, who took him into custody. Investigator Prieto obtained information from the victim and witnesses, which was instrumental in identifying the offender. Investigator Prieto used skillful interview techniques, which led to the offender admitting to being in Orland Park when the crime occurred. Investigator Prieto and Special Agent Lamont worked together to obtain federal charges in this case within hours of the incident. These officers are being recognized for their effort and devotion, which led to the arrest of a violent offender. Congratulations. Special Recognition Award presented to Dr. David Cornell from the Palos Health Occupation Medicine. Dr. Cornell, thank you. Thank you for what you do. Thank you for taking care of my men and women every day. I appreciate that. You've been very receptive during this very trying time, this pandemic. So I just want to read this award for you, okay? Appreciation Award is presented to Dr. David Cornell, Palos Health Occupation Medicine. And sincere appreciation for your unending support of the men and women of the Orland Park Police Department. You repeatedly made yourself available as a resource and provided both critical information and direction to the Orland Park Police Department during an international pandemic. Your expert guidance, support of both individual members of the Orland Park Police Department and the agency as a whole has been crucial elements in the Orland Park's ability to successfully serve the community over the last year. Presented this 17th day of May 2021, Chief Joe Mitchell.
Chief, thank you.
Thank you so much.
Well, I have a lot of words to say.
Sure.
Good evening. I hope everyone here tonight is having a good time. It's a pleasure and honor to be invited here and to be acknowledged for this recognition award. I am Dr. David Cornell, and while I have met some of you and others not, I am the occupational medicine physician for the Orland Park police officers and other local municipalities and departments. I am with Palos Hospital, which as of January 2021 is now part of Northwestern Medicine. I want to thank Mayor Keith Pekow of Orland Park, Chief Joseph Mitchell of the Orland Park Police Department, and Dave O'Connor, Chairman of the Fire Police Commission, as well as other officials and non-officials involved with this event, for having me here to receive this honorable recognition award. I did not expect this. It is truly appreciated, and I thank all of you. My goal and duty as a physician for each and every one of you that I serve is to ensure you that you are in the best health, not only for yourself, but also for the duty and to be able to assist the public for which you serve. As you know, we just celebrated National Police Week from May 9th to May 15th, which honors our law enforcement officers and heroes for their commitment and heroism in the line of duty to protect all of us and our communities, and for that I thank you all. In closing, it is a privilege and honor to play a role in serving America's finest. Thank you.
That concludes our annual word ceremony, or quarterly word ceremony, excuse me, but I'd be remiss not to talk about the other people here, other first responders, our chief and our deputy chief from the Orland Fire Protection District, Mike Schofield and Nick Singapalmi. So thank you for attending.
Trustee Katsinas has to deal with every week. All right, let her rip.
Go ahead.
Mini Academy 2 Development Petition for Subdivision, Map Amendment, Site Plan, Elevations, and Landscape Plan.
Mr. Chairman,
Trustee Healy.
I move to recommend to the Village Board of Trustees approvals of the rezoning, plan of subdivision, site plan, landscape plan, and elevations for the Mini Academy 2 development petition located at 9970 West 101st Street, as recommended at the May 4th, 2021 Plan Commission meeting, and it's fully referenced in the motion below.
Second.
Ed, would you like to give us a brief overview?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, other members of the Village Board. The petition before you tonight is for the construction of a 6,200 square foot daycare facility. They're also requesting a petition to consolidate 2 lots, rezoning from R3 residential to BIZ General Business District with the associated site plan elevations and landscape plan approval. As correctly stated, it was voted and recommended unanimously for approval at the May 4th Plan Commission meeting. During that meeting, there were several members of the public that brought up issues in regards to questions they had in regards to the design of the project. To start there, the initial question from the public was how would the traffic be managed on site? Previously to the improvements that are being proposed, this site was a daycare facility, and they're adding a turnaround dedicated to the drop-off and pickup of the daycare customers. The other thing to keep in mind is that they stagger their drop-off and pickup, so it's not similar to a school where everyone's there at the same time. They have a 3-hour window in the morning and a 3-hour window in the afternoon where their students or children will be dropped off. The other, this petition called for a landscape type 3 buffer yard along the perimeter of the property. Several of the residents, with that, it includes a 6-foot tall opaque fence incorporated with the landscaping that's proposed. Several of the residents already have existing fences, so they brought up a concern as to whether or not that would match their existing fence. Would there be a maintenance concern if there was going to be a back-to-back fence? We've discussed this with the petitioner, and they're willing to and started to reach out to the adjacent property owners to see if they can match the existing fence if need be, or in the instances where a back-to-back fence would be required, they have taken on the full maintenance responsibility for the area in question. The final questions were in regards to the stormwater and how it will function on site. Staff during the public hearing basically communicated to the commission and the residents there that the preliminary engineering approval had been granted for the project by the village's consulting engineer, and they are meeting the requirements to contain the water on site. And as to offer further clarification, the petitioner's engineer is here, and he's brought some exhibits to walk through the existing conditions of the site as well as the proposed drainage pattern. So Mr. Lipsky, Paul Lipsky is the consultant's, or the petitioner's engineer, and if you like, he can walk you through what's going on here.
Hi, my name is Paul Lipsky. I'm with the Hager Engineering and the project manager for this project. Our company have been retained by the developer to provide the engineering services for the subject property. The property is located at 9770 151st Street and contains approximately 0.8 acres. Our development team in our office, did investigative work, and we realized that that property is located with older section of Orland Park, which probably have some drainage problems, and our intention was all the time to definitely not to make those existing conditions worse and improve them. So we took in consideration the existing drainage patterns, and just that they're shown this exhibit, there's a Cook County contour map which shows, maybe I can just walk you through it a little bit.
Hand him a mic. If you want to come around to this side, if it's easier for you. Sure.
What it shows, this 151st Street property is located, matter of fact, at the highest points of 151st Street, and drains to the northeast, to the north, and to the west part. You can just see it, what we did, we just split to couple, 5 sub-basins, which are draining of our property. The existing site, does not contain any current requirements for the stormwater management and stormwater water quality, discharges. So what we did, we just divide all those areas. We're making sure, and I'm just gonna show you, on this another exhibit. This is the existing site, how the current tree drains. And you can just see it, all those red tributaries They're directed, first one is to the west, to the northwest, to the north, 2 properties, and to the east. And everything is drained through the 8-inch storm sewer. So what we did in the proposed conditions, you can just see it, we're trying to contain everything on our side and eliminating, okay, just no discharges, okay, to the properties, okay, from any directions. Plus, on the top of it, okay, we're providing this bio-retention facility, which is going to be located right in the northwest part of our site. And the proposed parking also have pavement pavers, which reduces, okay, the discharges, okay, to that facility. And what we did, we ran hydraulic analysis. And on that hydraulic analysis, okay, which is verified from like 2-year storm to 100-year storms, and we can ensure that it's no discharges, okay, from our property to the surrounding properties right now. Okay, and all the water will be contained pretty much on our property with a slow discharge. Right now we have an 8-inch pipe which is draining to the west, and the bio-retention facility will have, okay, 4-inch restrictor, okay, to making sure that it's water quality and it's going to be discharged at a lower rate, what is going currently. And for your information, all this information which I presented to you, okay, it is contained in this report, which contains 181 pages. So usually this is for the larger development, just we knew it that is very sensitive issue, okay, in this community and this part, okay, that's the reason, okay, we did a very thorough job.
Thank you. So, Ed, one of the things that I noticed when going through this is that the Planning Commission had added a condition to revise the pavement elevations and make the water flow to 151st Street. I have some concerns about that, but and which I will comment on. But I guess first I want to get your thoughts on this plan and you know, if it meets the requirements.
This plan meets the Land Development Code requirements and any other requirement by an outside agency that would be imposed on it. And essentially what the engineer was describing is right now the water just flows directly to the north and to the east. It will be contained on the site, not only in a volume control area, but also in the permeable pavers. The site will be curbed and add storm sewer, and it will direct the flow to the west, which will eventually go up West Avenue towards the remaining system.
So I guess what I'll comment on is that I understand the concerns that were raised at the planning condition, but as most of you know, I have a lot of experience with drainage and water issues, and I don't really agree with this comment for a number of reasons. One, the grading that's proposed here keeps a lot of the water on site, which is not kept there now. It's kept in a bioswale and it's released more slowly, so that's obviously going to reduce any, I mean, just this doesn't even require an engineering calculation. You can just look at that and know that it's not going to release water as quickly as it is now. So that's going to help the condition downstream. As well, you've got permeable pavers, which adds to storage, which is going to further reduce the water that's flowing downstream. You know, anybody who petitions is not required to solve other people's problems. They're only required to handle their own property, and they're handling it and helping solve the other problems, which I think is a win for Orland Park. I get really concerned when we start to change the natural flow of drainage, and what the Planning Commission did is said, let's dump it the opposite direction of which it normally flows into a system that will eventually go back to where, if I'm not mistaken, the 151st Street system ends up back to the north of this property, right? So it all ends up in the same place. But what we're doing is we're dumping it into a 151st Street system that we are currently rebuilding and has not been engineered to handle water coming from this, because none of that water is projected to go to the south. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So we have the potential of causing even more problems by putting this condition on, because we have no idea what those calculations are. Correct?
Potentially, yes.
All right. So in the end, it all flows to the same place. In the end, more water is being stored on this site as drawn. So there's slower release downstream, which is going to simply help the problems downstream. I think re-engineering it, we're just asking for bigger problems and a lot of expense that's unnecessary and frankly is not the requirement of the developer. I guess if development services or engineers could comment, am I off base on any of those comments? Are those accurate? You agree with those? Okay. So ultimately, I think my personal opinion, and feel free to comment if anyone wants to, but I think we should approve this without the condition 4 that the Planning Commission put on the developer. Is there any comments from trustees? So I will entertain a motion to remove condition 4 from the Planning Commission's recommendations.
So moved.
Second.
Is there any comments on removing that condition? Call the roll on the amendment.
Trustee Healy?
Aye.
Trustee Reardon?
Aye.
Trustee Katsinas?
Aye.
Trustee Malani?
Aye.
Trustee Compass?
Aye.
Trustee Radiszewski?
Aye.
Mayor Peacock?
Aye. Are there any comments on the main petition? So the question is put as amended with item number 4 of the Planning Commission's conditions removed. Call the roll.
Trustee Healy?
Aye.
Trustee Malani?
Aye.
Trustee Katsinas?
Aye.
Trustee Compass?
Aye.
Trustee Reardon?
Aye.
Trustee Radiszewski?
Aye.
Mayor Peacock?
Aye.
Ordinance authorizing execution of a boundary agreement with the Village of Mokina.
Mr. Chairman,
Trustee Malani.
move to recommend to the Village Board to adopt an ordinance entitled, "An Ordinance Authorizing Execution of a Boundary Agreement with the Village of Mokina."
Second.
Are there any questions? Comments? So my only comment on this is that we've been working on this for quite a while, and we're glad that it's done. It's a natural border, I-80, you know, the land grabs that went on years ago, 20, 30 years ago, we need to stop those practices, and this agreement puts a stop to that. You know, Mokina can service everything south of I-80 very easily. We can service everything north of I-80 very easily, and this just makes sense. So it's always great to cooperate with our neighbors, and this is a very straightforward agreement that makes a lot of sense. Call the roll.
Trustee Malani?
Aye.
Trustee Katsinas?
Aye.
Trustee Healy?
Aye.
Trustee Compass?
Aye.
Trustee Reardon?
Aye.
Trustee Radiszewski?
Aye.
Mayor Peacock?
Aye.
2021 playground renovations, purchase and installation.
Mr. Chairman,
Trustee Compass.
I move to recommend to the Village Board of Trustees to use HGAC by Co-op Contract PR 11-20 and approve the proposal titled Orland Park Playground Renovations 2021, dated May 10th, 2021, for the purchase and installation of playground equipment and associated site work to Landscape Structures Incorporated for an amount not to exceed $896,234.85, $853,557 plus a 5% contingency of $42,677.85, and authorize the village manager to execute all related contracts subject to village attorney review, and allow the village manager to approve change orders not to exceed the contingency amount.
Second.
Could we get just a brief summary of what the renovations are going to be? We don't need a lot of detail, but what locations and just at a high level what's being done at each place.
Sorry.
So we have a PowerPoint. We're getting it ready.
All right, get out.
If Joel can figure out the technology.
Exactly.
No pressure, though.
That's it, yeah. Oh, that's not the bottom.
They didn't let you drive the ship, did they?
No, they didn't. As we get the kind of a couple of images up for you, we actually have 9 playgrounds that we are renovating. This is based from the 2019 assessment that was done, and we identified 9 this year to be done. 6 of the 9 are a partial playground. There we go, playground.
One up.
There we go.
One more up.
No, right there.
There we go, right there. That's right. There we go. So 6 of the 9 are partial renovations. Let's try to scroll. Bear with me.
Just hit page down.
I know. There we go. There we go. So one of them is Camino Real Park. This is a partial. We did half of it last year. The smaller image to the upper left, the little firehouse, was done last year. This year we have the bigger section of the park.
I think it's when you point it at the speaker, yeah.
Two things I've learned.
George has learned also, don't put Joel in charge of the presentation.
Or images like this, yes. So Discovery Park is the second park that we have. As you can see, this one is half of it as well. The image on the top, to the left, is the small area that was done last year. But all the images to the right would be new. One of the things we did, I would like to highlight, is kind of get some involvement of the residents early on this year. So we had it take it to the Rec Advisory Committee, but in order to do that, we first put signs in the parks to notify residents, and then we also had folks even farther away. Had folks actually get a letter around all the parks, and so we put out about 1,400 letters to all the residents to attend that rec advisory to provide input, and so they were able to provide that to the committee, and then they voted on 2 options. Out of 2 options, they voted this one. So it was a good process this year. All right, so moving on. Ishnala Woods. Ishnala Woods is one of the parks that got a complete renovation. So there's actually 2 images here. All the playground in the front, and then the one in the back, and I have another one right behind here. Sorry, but. So this playground area. One of the things they looked at is like climbing and what activities each of these parks have to give a variety to the residents. So it was very good to hear that input from everybody. Marley Creek is a complete renovation at Marley Creek, and so it's all this images. So both a young age one that they similar to last year, but also the older age playground areas. Spring Creek was a partial. Half was done last year, and then the rest of this year. So the upper left was done last year. This was an interesting one. They had a horizontal playing apparatus that they can climb on top and so forth, which was very unique. Village Square. This is half of Village Square, and then the previous half was done last year. And then Wedgwood was half done last year, and then this year. So, and we got even some input on the colors. We changed the color a little bit on this one to have gray versus a bright orange that we originally had, so we did adjust that. That's pretty much for the images. No more images for me.
All right. All right, well, thank you very much. I like the fact that we're getting into 9 parks. I like the fact that we're spreading it out throughout the community. As you're probably aware, well, nobody here was actually on the board when we used to do 1 park every 2 years, and we'd do it from top to bottom, and we'd fix things that maybe didn't need repair, and we would just renovate everything like we did John Humphrey, which was in complete disrepair after 30 years. So this allows us to get a lot more done in a lot more places within the village and keep our parks in a better state at a lower expense.
Perfect, Mayor. This displays all the parks, how it's kind of been spread around from east and west, north, south of all the locations where the parks are. And they're generally the older, hence why we had to...
Right, the areas down to the south, I mean, they were built up in, 2000 on, so their parks are a little bit newer, so that makes sense. So that's great. Can you give me that picture, by the way?
I can.
Awesome.
Mr. Chairman?
Trustee Healy?
Staff, I was just wondering, how far out do you project which parks are going to be? I mean, do you have the schedule for the next 3 years, 5 years, or is it just year to year that you...
No, the assessment actually gives us a roadmap for multiple years. So we'll be putting together the next list this fall, and then we bring that to notify residents of potential ones if, of course, the budget is passed.
The assessment was done right before you arrived on the board, and I'm speaking because none of staff was here either. I think I'm the only. I think even Dennis wasn't even on the board yet, so I think I was the only one that was around. But we did an assessment just before you all, the three of you old timers, got on the board, and. What we did is we looked at it on several dimensions, and we rated them from good to poor, and then we ranked the condition of all of them. And the idea was, over a 5-year period, we were addressing everything that's in poor condition is getting addressed. Other things are getting addressed as well at the same time, but everything in poor condition is getting addressed. And we will do the same thing again, in 2 years? We'll have another assessment done?
Correct.
And we'll do the same thing again. So we'll continually do that, which is a way different process than what we were doing before. Before we were saying, no, this is the oldest park, hasn't been touched, we're going to just do the whole park. And then boom, we're out of money and we move on. Well, not everything in that park necessarily is in bad shape. So different way of doing things. We're spending a little bit more money as well, but really getting a lot more done with a lot more bang for our buck.
So if somebody wanted to know when their park is getting done, we could just refer them to the schedule and...
Yeah, so they can call us at Public Works. We'll give them the rough year, plus or minus a couple of years,
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chairman?
Trustee Radiszewski.
I have a question. So in addition to the needs assessment, you said that there was a parent involvement as far as what is being done at the parks. I mean, are they weighing in with an opinion that they want swings, or
right?
You have the play gym. I mean, how did you make that a determination?
So when we had the at the Park Advisory Committee was when they were able to weigh in on some of their interests and the options that we presented allowed them to have some of those, and they often talked to their other neighbors, and they brought that input to us to say, well, option A is a little bit not what we really want. B is better for the community. We also asked, there are a couple of young people who were there, asked some of the kids, what do they want to, play on, and what do they have? So that was the input that we received.
Thank you.
Yeah, and that also for everyone here is a new process, something we haven't done in the past. We haven't gone and gotten that input, and the Rec Advisory Board didn't really advise us on anything. I think Ray would probably tell you that we basically gave them a download of what was happening, and that was what happened. Well, now we actually have the residents come and speak to them and let them talk amongst themselves, and we have 12 residents who live throughout the community providing input to us, and they provided it unanimously, so that gives us pretty good comfort that people have been listened to, and we've got some good ideas out there.
Mm-hmm. Mr. Chairman.
Trustee Campos.
So Joel and Ray, thank you for all your work in maintaining our parks and putting this plan together. I think it's fairly well known that we have 65 parks in Orland Park, but what struck me as interesting in this briefing is that's 3.5 times the national average for municipalities of our size. So as parents and families, we're blessed to have so many parks, but as a village, we have an enlarged responsibility to maintain and plan for the future maintenance of these parks. And so I want to thank you for a thoughtful approach. 9 playgrounds, two more than last year, and I'm looking forward to seeing the updates.
And residents should also be aware that most towns, like let's say a city like Naperville has a park district that handle all their parks. They're a separate taxing body, and you have a separate line item on your property tax bill. You don't have that here in Orland Park. You have one property tax that you're paying to the village, and it's a very small amount. I think it's about 6.5% of your overall bill, and that includes maintaining all of your parks as well. So you're getting a lot of bang for those dollars relative to other communities. Any other comments? Call the roll.
Trustee Campos?
Aye.
Trustee Malani?
Aye.
Trustee Healy?
Aye.
Trustee Katsinas?
Aye.
Trustee Reardon?
Aye.
Trustee Radiszewski?
Aye.
Mayor Peacock?
Aye.
2021 Icon Pavilion purchase.
Mr. Chairman,
Trustee Malani?
I move to recommend to use Goodbye Contract Number 21-22-9B0000, Addendum Number 2, and approve the proposal submitted by Park Creation Incorporated of Prospect Heights, Illinois via Goodbye Contract Number 21-22-9B0000, Addendum Number 2, for the purchase and delivery of Icon Park pavilions for an amount not to exceed $66,856, and authorize the village manager to execute all related contracts subject to village attorney review.
Second.
Any questions on the pavilions? How many pavilions are we doing? Five.
Images to on the board. It's pretty straightforward, 20 by 20, beige on the base, green roof. We installed several last year, and we have the 5 locations. One park actually doesn't have this. 4 out of the 5 is to replace old pavilions. The last one is a brand new pavilion.
Great.
Location.
Any comments? Call the roll.
Trustee Malani?
Aye.
Trustee Compass?
Aye.
Trustee Healy?
Aye.
Trustee Katsinas?
Aye.
Trustee Reardon?
Aye.
Trustee Radiszewski?
Aye.
Mayor Peacock?
Aye. There anybody sign in? Anybody want to speak? I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved. Second.
Call the roll.
Trustee Compass?
Aye.
Trustee Malani?
Aye.
Trustee Healy?
Aye.
Trustee Katsinas?
Aye.
Trustee Reardon?
Aye.
Trustee Radiszewski?
Aye.
Mayor Peacock?
Aye. Meeting's adjourned. We'll start back up at 7:05. Just give you
Trustee Katsinas?
Here.
Trustee Malani?
Here.
Trustee Compass?
Here.
Trustee Reardon?
Here.
Trustee Radiszewski?
Here.
Mayor Pico?
Here.
Please rise for the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Approval of the May 3rd, 2021 regular meeting minutes.
Mr. Chairman,
Trustee Katsinas.
I move to approve the minutes of the Board of Trustee meeting of May 3rd, 2021.
Second.
Any questions or comments? Call the roll.
Trustee Katsinas?
Aye.
Trustee Malani?
Aye.
Trustee Healy?
Aye.
Trustee Compass?
Aye.
Trustee Reardon?
Aye.
Trustee Radiszewski?
Aye.
Mayor Pico?
Aye.
Accounts payable from May 4th, 2021 through May 17th, 2021 approval.
Mr. Chairman,
Trustee Healy.
I move to approve the accounts payable from May 4th, 2021 through May 17th, 2021 in the amount of $2,280,459.54.
Second.
Any questions or comments? Call the roll.
Trustee Healy?
Aye.
Trustee Katsinas?
Aye.
Trustee Malani?
Aye.
Trustee Compass?
Aye.
Trustee Reardon?
Aye.
Trustee Radiszewski?
Aye.
Mayor Pico?
Aye.
Consent agenda.
Item A, payroll for April 30th, 2021 approval. Item B, Henderson Salt Brine Maker Co-op purchase. Item C, 2021 Road Improvement Program Construction Management Award. Item D, authorization the sale of 4 police vehicles to Village of Robbins, Illinois. Item E, fall program lists approval.
Mr. Chairman,
Trustee Malani.
move to approve items A through E of the consent agenda.
Second.
Call the roll.
Trustee Healy?
Aye.
Trustee Malani?
Aye.
Trustee Compass?
Aye.
Trustee Katsinas?
Aye.
Trustee Reardon?
Aye.
Trustee Radiszewski?
Aye.
Mayor Pico?
Aye.
Megan Nicole Ridge, public hearing and ordinance establishing Village of Orland Park Special Service Area Number 9.
Mr. Chairman,
First I need to call the order.
Someone's got to make a motion to open.
Trustee Katsinas.
I move to adopt an ordinance entitled, "An Ordinance Establishing Village of Orland Park Special Service Area Number 9."
Can I hear a second?
Second.
So we're going to call to order. This is a public hearing in regard to Orland Park Special Service Area Number 9, providing for maintenance, repair, reconstruction, and/or replacement of the detention pond and related stormwater management facilities in the event that the homeowners association or the owners of the detention pond and related stormwater management facilities fails to maintain, repair, reconstruct, and/or replace said facilities as required by various agreements. The public hearing is being held pursuant to the ordinance passed by the President and Board of Trustees on April 19, 2021, said ordinance being entitled, "An Ordinance Proposing the Establishment of Special Service Area Number 9 in the Village of Orland Park and Providing for a Public Hearing and Other Procedures in Connection Therewith." Notices pursuant to Section 3 of the aforementioned ordinance. Notice of this public hearing in the form set forth in Section 6 of the aforementioned ordinance was given as follows. Publication of said notice in the Daily Southtown newspaper on April 21st, 2021. Mailing and notice to the real estate tax assessee for each parcel of property located within the proposed special service area on April 26, 2021. And the description of the project is the purpose of the formation of the Orland Park Special Service Area Number 9 is to fund the Village of Orland Park's cost of maintaining, repairing, reconstructing, and/or replacing of the detention pond and related stormwater management facilities in the event that the homeowners association or the owners of the detention pond and related stormwater management facilities fail to maintain, repair, reconstruct, and/or replace said facilities as required by the annexation agreement between the Village of Orland Park and DL3 Sons Property, Inc., and the final plat of subdivision for Megan Nicole Ridge subdivision. A tax levy at a rate of not to exceed $1 per $100 of equalized assessed valuation of the property in Special Service Area Number 9 for each year during which the Village of Orland Park is required to expend funds relative to said Special Service Area is how this Special Service Area will be financed. Are there any questions or comments from the audience? I'll entertain a motion to adjourn the public hearing.
So moved.
Second.
Call the roll.
Trustee Compass?
Aye.
Trustee Reardon?
Aye.
Trustee Healy?
Aye.
Trustee Katsinas?
Aye.
Trustee Malani?
Aye.
Trustee Radiszewski?
Aye.
Mayor Pico?
Aye. Are there any questions or comments on the motion to approve the ordinance? Call the roll.
Trustee Katsinas?
Aye.
Trustee Healy?
Aye.
Trustee Malani?
Aye.
Trustee Compass?
Aye.
Trustee Reardon?
Aye.
Trustee Radiszewski?
Aye.
Mayor Pico?
Aye.
Resolution in opposition to and seeking repeal or amendment of certain provisions of the statewide Use of Force Standardization Act, Public Act 101-0652.
Mr. Chairman,
Trustee Malani.
I move to adopt a resolution entitled Resolution in Opposition to and Seeking Repeal or Amendment of Certain Provisions of the Statewide Use of Force Standardization Act, Public Act 101-06520.
Second.
And I will read the resolution. If I can find it on my computer. Had the same problem as Joel. Resolution in opposition to and seeking repeal or amendment of certain provisions of the statewide Use of Force Standardization Act, Public Act 101-0652. Whereas the statewide Use of Force Standardization Act, Public Act 101-0652, the act became law on February 22nd, 2021, otherwise known as HB 3653. And whereas the act will have an enormous adverse impact upon law enforcement procedures, in particular the mandates imposed upon local communities and their police departments regarding body-worn cameras by police officers, and whereas the act mandates that local law enforcement agencies institute a body-worn camera program requiring all law enforcement officers to employ officer-worn body cameras, an expensive program without state funding for the considerable cost of acquiring and storing the equipment, as well as the cost of additional personnel necessary to implement such a program. And whereas the use of officer-worn cameras must be implemented in Orland Park by January 1st, 2024, and whereas the act prohibits law enforcement officers from reviewing their own body-worn camera video recording before writing their report, and whereas the act creates a new felony offense whereby a law enforcement officer can be charged with a Class 3 felony punishable with a minimum term of imprisonment of 2 years up to a maximum of 5 years for failing to comply with a police department policy regarding the use of officer-worn body cameras. Now therefore be it resolved by the President and Board of Trustees of the Village of Orland Park, Cook and Will Counties, Illinois, that the Illinois General Assembly is called upon to repeal Section 10-15 of the Act, mandating the implementation of the use of body-worn cameras unless and until the funding for such implementation is provided by the state of Illinois to all local governments and their law enforcement agencies. Be it further resolved that the Illinois General Assembly is called upon to amend Section 10-20 of the Act to permit the recording law enforcement officer to access and review recordings prior to completing incident reports or other documentation. Be it further resolved that the Illinois General Assembly is called upon to repeal Section 33-9 of the Illinois Criminal Code of 2012, 720 ILCS 5-33-9, making it a Class 3 felony for a law enforcement officer to fail to comply with state law or his or her department policy requiring the use of officer-worn body cameras. Be it further resolved that the village clerk of the Village of Orland Park forthwith deliver certified copies of this resolution upon the Illinois Secretary of State, the President of the Illinois Senate, and the Speaker of the Illinois House of Representatives, as well as the offices of those Illinois senators and representatives representing the Village of Orland Park. Are there any comments on our resolution?
Mr. Chairman?
Trustee Malani.
As we've all just heard and as Mayor Pico laid out, the statewide Use of Force Act is now law, and it places obviously a tremendous burden now on our law enforcement. There were many things that were brought to the table in this bill that Orland Park already provides, such as mental health and CIT response, providing first aid kits to our officers, And we've already started a pilot of body-worn cameras to supplement our vehicle cameras already. So these aren't burdens except for the cost and process associated with them, but they're things that make sense. And like I said, we're already doing these today to provide the exceptional public safety that we provide. However, that burden comes in when we discuss some of these details. For instance, if an officer fails to enable their body camera during an incident, they can be charged with a Class 3 felony. So think about that for a second. We've talked about in previous meetings several examples of how this could go wrong. Officers also, as we just mentioned, will not be allowed to review their camera footage when creating the reports in order to provide the facts. Imagine being in a high-stress situation that might last 10 to 15 seconds and try to remember every detail. I actually had the opportunity to attempt this a couple weeks ago. I was in a training simulation where you're presented with a situation. The situation lasted 8 seconds. 8. Under duress, I missed about 30% of the details of that event. So imagine this. Yes, I'm not a trained police officer, but stress is stress in any kind of situation. It affects all of us. So in these moments, why would you be restricted from using a device that can help you remember and document those details so you can paint an actual picture of this in your report? And there are other things in this bill, too, that need to be looked at besides the ones we brought up today. Cash bail being eliminated. Suspects will be allowed 3 free phone calls prior to being questioned. They've created a confusing and convoluted process for police certification and decertification. They've made controversial changes to the policies around arrest and release from police custody that could place additional stress on our system. And most importantly, no funding for training was included for our frontline officers in any of this. Yet again, unfunded mandates from our state, and we have to foot the bill. So as I mentioned, there were some good ideas in this bill, a lot of them that we're already implementing. However, legislature needs to go back and review what they blindly approved and amend some of these changes that they have demanded from our police departments.
Any other comments?
Mr. Chairman.
Trustee Compass.
So I'm a proponent of the body-worn cameras for our law enforcement officers, and thankfully Orland Park started this process already long before for testing and acquiring the technology before this bill was introduced. Trustee Milani just mentioned that our officers could face a Class 3 felony charge, and I thought it'd be good to show a list of some comparable Class 3 felonies that would fall under the same list. Involuntary manslaughter, aggravated battery, child pornography, criminal sexual assault, bomb threats. This is what the state is equivocating to an officer failing to turn on their body camera. As a technologist, I also can't help but wonder what happens when the technology fails. This should be uncommon, but we all know that technology is prone to entropy, and there's no such thing as defect-free. I've been in this industry for 23 years now, and I can guarantee you that no product is without its defects. And it would be up to the officer to prove that the technology failed in that situation. But let's say everything works as it should. Here's the kicker. Under this new law, the officer is absolutely forbidden from reviewing the recording prior to writing their report. So instead of leveraging the technology to convey what occurred more accurately, we now have a test of memory for police officers that could result in a criminal charge. The legislators in Springfield have this completely backward. It should not be forbidden, but required that the officer review these recordings. This technology should be used to increase the accuracy of their reports and promote continuous improvement and training of our law enforcement agencies. Springfield, please fix this mess. Remove the restrictions and allow agencies to fully leverage the technology as it should be.
Any other comments? So my comments regarding this is that the Village of Orland Park has already approved and funded the use of body-worn cameras. Fortunately, the Village of Orland Park is in a financially strong enough position to do that and absorb the costs associated with that, which are both the cameras and the handling of FOIAs and administrative issues that are associated with it. However, I cannot in good conscience put these in the field at this time with the passing of HB 3653, which as a whole is a terrible bill because of many of the items that are in it. As noted, the bill makes it a felony if an officer accidentally fails to turn on their body camera. This can easily happen. All you have to do is have your habit patterns interrupted. Say somebody is doing a traffic stop, and as they're getting out of their car, someone almost hits them. easy to see that happening. Normally, when they get out of their car, they hit their body camera. Well, now they just close their door and move on because their habit pattern's been interrupted. How about if they're in 7-Eleven, they're buying a Diet Coke or a Coke, and or a Pepsi product. I don't want to discriminate. But they're just doing what they do and stopping and doing a business check, and they turn around and someone's got the person at the counter at gunpoint and they're robbing them. You think the first reaction they're going to have is to hit their body camera and turn it on? I can tell you it's not. In fact, I can tell you, and I'm sure the chief would tell you, that's the last thing they want them to think about doing. They want them to stop the situation as it exists at that time and handle it. And we're going to send them to jail for that? This bill also prohibits officers from using their body camera footage before writing their report. If anything in their report is contradicted by the camera footage, then it can be used against the officer, damaging his or her career and the case in question. So the question I have is, why would you put language like this into the law? I see only two reasons to force officers to rely on their memory and not have access to every tool to write the report factually. One is to taint cases to make it harder to prosecute criminals. And two is to taint officers to damage their careers. There are no other reasons to put language like that in a bill. This is clearly not in the bill to keep law-abiding citizens safer, but to allow criminals another way to go free. Don't we want the truth? I do. And accurate information in our prosecutions? Don't we want an accurate prosecution, period? I think we do. I think the truth is good for everyone. I call on our state legislators to fix this bill. First, allow our officers to use their body camera video as part of their reporting. I, for one, want accuracy. It is lunacy to not let our officers access this video. Second, they need to not make accidental misuse of the body cameras a criminal offense. Lastly, stop shoving unfunded mandates onto municipalities and other government bodies. If you mandate body-worn cameras, then provide the funding for the equipment and administration of them. Instead, the state keeps cutting our LGDF funds at the same time as giving us more mandates. Enough is enough. We can't bear the burden of the state's mismanagement. Thank you. Call the roll.
Trustee Malani?
Aye.
Trustee Healy?
Aye.
Trustee Katsinas?
Aye.
Trustee Compass?
Aye.
Trustee Reardon?
Aye.
Trustee Radiszewski?
Aye.
Mayor Pica?
Aye.
2021 playground renovations, purchase and installation.
Mr. Chairman,
Trustee Compass.
I move to approve the Village Board of Trustees to use HGAC by Co-op Contract PR 11-20 and approve the proposal titled Orland Park Playground Renovations 2021, dated May 10th, 2021, for the purchase and installation of playground equipment and associated site work to Landscape Structures Incorporated for an amount not to exceed $896,234.85, $853,557 plus a 5% contingency of $42,677.85, and authorize the village manager to execute all related contracts subject to village attorney review, and allow the village manager to approve change orders not to exceed the contingency amount.
Second. Any comments? Call the roll.
Trustee Compass?
Aye.
Trustee Malani?
Aye.
Trustee Healy?
Aye.
Trustee Katsinas?
Aye.
Trustee Reardon?
Aye.
Trustee Radiszewski?
Aye.
Mayor Pica?
Aye.
2021 Icon Pavilion purchase.
Mr. Chairman,
Trustee Healy.
I move to approve to use Goodbye contract number 2122-9B0000 addendum number 2 and approve the proposal submitted by Park Recreation Inc. of Prospect Heights, Illinois via Goodbye contract number 21-22-9B0000 addendum number 2 for the purchase and delivery of Icon Park pavilions for an amount not to exceed $66,856, and authorize the village manager to execute all related contracts subject to village attorney review.
Second.
Any comments? Call the roll.
Trustee Healy?
Aye.
Trustee Malani?
Aye.
Trustee Katsinas?
Aye.
Trustee Compass?
Aye.
Trustee Reardon?
Aye.
Trustee Radiszewski?
Aye.
Mayor Pica?
Aye.
South Point Industrial Development Petition for rezoning.
Mr. Chairman.
Trustee Reardon.
I move to approve the rezoning of the subject property located at 15626 70th Court from Biz General Business District to MFG Manufacturing District as recommended at the May 5th, 2021 Planning Commission meeting and is fully referenced in the motion below.
Second.
Are there any questions or comments? You want to just show us quickly where this subject property is at?
So, yeah, the project is, as they stated, on the far east side of Orland Park. It's in our 159th and Harlem Planning District at 15626 70th Court. So the area, the properties directly surrounding it are primarily zoned in the BIZ General Business District, as this property is. It resembles more of the way it was designed, a manufacturing building as such, with overhead doors, small office space, and some areas for storage. The owners have been attracting uses that would be appropriate for the manufacturing district, but have subsequently been denied or offered to apply for special use permits for additional approvals to allow those types of uses. As this continued to happen, we advised the business owner that since the uses they're attracting are more in line with the zoning of the MFG manufacturing district, that a rezoning would be more appropriate than seeking these subsequent approvals every time they attract a client that has a use that's more better suited for the BIZ district.
Any other comments? Call the roll.
Trustee Reardon.
Aye.
Trustee Katsinas.
Aye.
Trustee Healy.
Aye.
Trustee Malani.
Aye.
Trustee Compass.
Aye.
Trustee Radiszewski.
Aye.
Mayor Pico.
Aye.
Grasslands Grading Improvements Invitation to Bid 21-020 Award.
Mr. Chairman.
Trustee Compass.
I move to approve awarding ITB 21-020 for the grasslands grading improvements to Swartz Excavating Incorporated in an amount not to exceed $123,565 and $6,435 as contingency to be used at village manager's authorization, and authorize the village manager to execute all related contracts subject to village attorney review.
Second?
Any questions or comments on this? Just to give everyone the background briefly, I guess, before you comment, this is the grasslands area where we had some flooding, and mostly due to the fact that the farmland behind it is no longer being regularly farmed, and so there's a more runoff coming off of that. And that combined with the massive rains we had last year had one significant event, and this will help alleviate that problem. Any comments? Call the roll.
Trustee Compass.
Aye.
Trustee Malani.
Aye.
Trustee Healy.
Aye.
Trustee Katsinas.
Aye.
Trustee Reardon.
Aye.
Trustee Radiszewski.
Aye.
Mayor Pico.
Aye.
Taste of Orland Park Kids Day.
Mr. Chairman.
Trustee Katsinas.
I move to approve moving Kids Day to the main Taste of Orland Park grounds, expanding it for 2 days, Saturday, August 7th and Sunday, August 8th, 2021, from 1 p.m. to 4 p.m. both days, and to change the restaurant layout to the side of the main stage for the 2021 Taste of Orland Park.
Second.
Any questions or comments?
Just a quick comment. I think this is a great layout. A lot of thought went into it, and it moved that third row of restaurants over. So great job by staff. Thank you. Thank you very much, and the Kids Day too.
Absolutely. Any other comments? Call the roll.
Trustee Katsinas.
Aye.
Trustee Reardon.
Aye.
Trustee Healy.
Aye.
Trustee Malani.
Aye.
Trustee Compass.
Aye.
Trustee Radiszewski.
Aye.
Mayor Pico.
Aye.
Resolution honoring the rights of victims and demanding that violent offenders be held accountable and enforcing maximum bail and punishments allowed by law.
Mr. Chairman.
Trustee Compass.
I move to adopt a resolution entitled Resolution Honoring the Rights of Victims and Demanding that Violent Offenders be Held Accountable and Enforcing Maximum Bail and Punishments Allowed by Law.
Second.
Chief Mitchell, before I read the resolution, you want to, I know you have a presentation to give.
Pull down. I think it's all the way down. There you go, weapons arrest. Hey, you're in the trustees. I want to give you a weapon arrest analysis for the last since January of 2019.
Go to slideshow.
Keep going over.
Over to the right there. There you go.
Get Joel to help.
From the beginning, the left corner from beginning.
Right there.
There you go.
He's got his. So since January 1st, 2019 till April 2021, we arrested 46 people for firearm-related possessions. This does not equate to our attempt murder that we had at 143rd and Will Cook Road, nor does it include the carjacking we had in the one roughly Harlem and Wheeler. This equates to a firearm arrest approximately once every 2.5 weeks, ladies and gentlemen. In 2021, we had a firearm arrest occur once per week. I told the trustees at our tour it was once every 3 days. That was correct, but after we extrapolated more data, it turns out the last couple of weeks we haven't had a firearm arrest since then, which is good. This is what it looks like. Orland Park Police Department is stopping more people that are armed with firearms. One every week now. These are the type of firearms that we're recovering. These are high extended magazine firearms, hollow tip rounds, 45 caliber ones, and some arrests included several firearms. Extended magazine here, hollow tip bullets. This is the number of arrests we had. UUW misdemeanor, unlawful use of weapon misdemeanor. Those are people that could potentially had a firearm. We don't know that was unloaded. So it's a Class A misdemeanor. Aggravated UUW, the individuals like we saw in that previous slide, armed, fully loaded, ready to go. UUW, felon class, it's somebody that's already been previously convicted with a felony and is currently armed with a firearm. We had 4 of those. We had armed habitual criminal class X, we'll talk about that very shortly, 3 of those. Class X is 6 to 30 years in the penitentiary. So we had a total of 46 since January of 2019 UUWs. D-bonds, what's a D-bond? A D-bond requires 10% to get out of jail. That's the most we had, was 31. We had 13 that got I-bonds. What's an I-bond? Please come back to court. Doesn't cost you anything. We had one no bond, we'll talk about that. We had 1 case dismissed at a bond hearing. So look what our average D-bond is. For a Class X, 6 to 30, it only costs you $5,000 to get out of jail. With a minimum of 6 years in the penitentiary, it costs you $5,000 to get out of jail. UUW Class 2, 3, only $3,550. An aggravated UUW Class 4, armed with a fully loaded semi-automatic firearm like we showed you, it's $1,300. The post and the leaf. And in our UUW misdemeanors, the individuals who have a firearm, we don't know if it's loaded or not until we check it, right? It's $150 to get out of jail. That's what's occurring, ladies and gentlemen, in Cook County. So we had 30 cases for UUW Class 4. Now those cases were issued what? I-bonds. What's an I-bond? Please come back to work or come back to court. It's a promise to return. 1 case, the offender was held on no bond, thankfully, because they had a previous armed arrest. He was on bond for armed robbery. Why is an individual on bond for armed robbery? Question we have to ask our prosecutors. Another case, charges were dismissed by the Cook County State's Office at bond hearing. We're still evaluating that particular investigation. Orland Park arrested 6 offenders who had a previous gun arrest and conviction. In Orland, in Cook County, to get a conviction is quite difficult. Me being a law enforcement officer for 27 years, when you see a conviction, it had to be a very, very serious case. Typically, there were a lot of cases prior to that where they got supervision or probation. 3 offenders were now charged with an armed habitual criminal. In 2 cases, the defendant's previous gun case was reduced from a felony to a misdemeanor, a plea bargain. Why are we plea bargaining people that are armed offenders in Cook County? This is a firearm. That's a 50-round drum. 50-round drum and laser pointers on there. This is somebody deer hunting. Armed habitual criminal, what is that? He or she receives, sells, possesses, or transfers any firearm or convicted again, a total of 2 or more times for any combination of the following offenses. Felony weapon offenses, vehicular hijacking. You got to get 2 of those. 2 convictions. Aggravated vehicular hijacking, aggravated battery of a child, aggravated battery with a firearm, a home invasion, which means you force into somebody's home and you batter them. Or class 3 or above drug offenses. Typically those are delivery charges. We had 3 offenders. 2 cases got D bonds, $5,000 apiece. 1 individual got an I bond. An individual who's going to spend 6 years minimum in a penitentiary, unless it's pled down, got an I bond to go home. Another drum that we've located on an arrest. A total of 8 offenders were on bond, parole, or probation when arrested by the Orland Park Police Department on a firearm. They've already saw the inside of a courtroom previously. 4 were on bond for offenses including armed robbery. Again, bond. Aggravated battery to a police officer. Delivery of controlled substance or retail theft. People out on bond carrying firearms. The men and women in the Orland Park Police Department risk their lives each and every day to have people like this to be able to walk around on the street after recovering weapons like this. 2 were on parole from the Orland Department of Corrections when we got them with a firearm. Parolees were robbery, arson, and aggravated UUW, 1 person, and the other person was a UUW by felon. 2 were on probation for offenses including retail theft for 4 felony cases, 4, another for an aggravated UUW. 8 defendants failed to appear in Cook County Court on at least 1 occasion while on bond from our gun offense. 8. 3 defendants had been released on court order I bonds when they failed to appear. So not only do we give them a break by telling them, please come back, they don't even come back. 3 defendants currently have warrants outstanding for their arrest, and we're currently looking for them. So 22% of the gun offenders violated terms of their release on bond by either committing a new offense while on bond or failing to appear in court. 22%. 2 defendants violated their bond by committing an additional offense after failing to appear in court. Ladies and gentlemen, this is what's called catch and release. And it puts my officers and every officer on the street at greater risk.
Thank you, Chief. 2 quick questions. Those 22% that had previously committed a weapons offense, none of them were held without bail, correct?
No.
They were all let back out.
Everybody was let back out, sir.
So they've habitual and they violated terms of their bond, and yet they're still being released. And then, now these were all illegally held weapons. These are not people with FOID cards. These are not people with CCLs, correct?
These were illegally held firearms with the exception of 2 for CCL. 1 was released. He was out of Minnesota. They carried a gun improperly. That's why they were cited for a misdemeanor arrest. Okay?
Gotcha.
I want to thank Donna Norton. She helped me with this, obtaining a lot of this information through the court computer, so I appreciate her assistance with that.
Any other questions for the Chief before I read the resolution, and then you can comment on it?
Mr. Chairman, Chief...
Trustee Healy.
Chief, how many of those criminals were Orland Park residents? Any guess?
Very few and far between, sir.
Under 20%?
Far below 20%.
Doesn't sound like the problem is here.
The problem is here because it's occurring here. And it's putting my officers at risk as a result of this.
There are no comments from the audience. Any other comments from the board? Okay, I'll read the resolution. Resolution honoring the rights of victims and demanding that violent offenders be held accountable, enforcing maximum bail and punishments allowed by law. Whereas, and I apologize for the length of this, but we're going to go through it all. Whereas protecting public safety in the village of Orland Park is the village's highest responsibility, and whereas Cook County is experiencing life-changing and life-threatening crime and unprecedented homicidal activities, putting the general public at risk of hurt, harm, and danger. The escalating crime wave includes unsolved murders, shootings, killings of children and youth, and criminal activities which are of such a nature that an extreme response of extra help and support is necessary. And whereas the vitality of our community depends on how safe we keep our homes, neighborhoods, schools, and workplaces, because crime and fear of crime diminish the quality of life for all. And whereas crime and fear of crime destroy our trust in others and in institutions, threatening the community's health and prosperity. And whereas tens of thousands of people in Cook County are victims of crime every year. Whereas some victims endure horrific acts of violence, some have personal possessions damaged or stolen, and others are defrauded or exploited financially. And whereas whatever the crime, many victims lose something that can never be fully recovered, a sense of trust and safety. And whereas many of these victims are twice victimized, once by a criminal and once by a criminal justice system that increasingly prioritizes criminals over the safety of law-abiding citizens. And whereas the Cook County Medical Examiner's Office confirmed 970 homicides in 2020, a more than 40% increase over 2019's total of 675. And whereas African Americans were the victims of 78% of homicides, and Latinos accounted for more than 16% of homicide deaths in 2020. And whereas a majority, 722 of homicides, were in the city of Chicago. And whereas the last time Cook County saw more than 970 homicides was in 1996. And whereas in the first 3 months of 2021 in Chicago, carjackings are higher than in 2020. Murders rose 33% over the same period last year, and shootings spiked 43%. And whereas criminals should be held accountable for their actions. And whereas a Chicago Tribune analysis found that during the Cook County State's Attorney Kim Fox's first 3 years as the county's top prosecutor, her office dropped all charges against 29.9% of felony defendants, a dramatic increase over her predecessor. And whereas the Chicago Tribune analysis also found that despite dropping more felony charges than her predecessor, of the felony cases that have been concluded, the Cook County State's Attorney's Office under prior State's Attorney Anita Alvarez won convictions in 75% of the cases during the 3 years of Ms. Alvarez's term in office, higher than the conviction rate achieved by Cook County State's Attorney Kim Fox, which was just 66% in the first 3 years of her term. And whereas the Illinois Criminal Code compiles Illinois criminal law, including penalties that may be imposed for criminal offenses, including weapons violations, and whereas having an abundance of criminal laws in place is inadequate if these laws will not be prosecuted. Whereas of the 46 Orland Park Police Department firearm arrests from January 1st, 2019 through April 2021, only 1 was held with no bond, 13 released on I-bonds on their own personal recognizance, and the remainder released on low bond amounts. And whereas on January 29th, 2013, Hadia Pendleton was shot in the back and tragically killed at the age of 15 while standing with her friends inside Harsh Park in Kenwood, Chicago after taking her final exams. And whereas 2 suspects, Michael Ward and Kenneth Williams, were arrested and indicted with multiple counts of first-degree murder, attempted murder, aggravated discharge of a weapon, and many other charges. And whereas they told police that Pendleton was not the intended target, and they believed the group she was standing with was mistaken for members of a rival gang. And whereas at the time of the shooting, Ward, the gunman, was on probation, having pled guilty to aggravated unlawful use of a weapon in January 2012 and being sentenced to 2 years of probation. And whereas less than 3 months later, Ward was arrested and charged with breaking into a car, and in July 2012 was arrested for breaking into a different vehicle. And whereas in February 2021, Oak Lawn Mayor Sandra Burry called on Kim Fox to resign after the death of a 12-year-old Siri Robinson, a Simmons Middle School student who was killed on January 20th in a car accident allegedly caused by a drunken driver whom Chicago police said was 9 times above the legal blood alcohol limit. And whereas the 27-year-old driver, Daniel Regaldo, had a blood alcohol content of 0.457, or almost 600% higher than the legal limit. Whereas Regaldo's extensive criminal record should have prevented him from being on the streets. And whereas his first arrest was at the age of 17, and by the time he was 22, at the time of Kim Fox's first election, he had been arrested 14 different times on 24 different charges, including attempted murder, unlawful use of a weapon, and multiple battery charges. And Whereas on March 19th, 2021, Cook County prosecutors dropped the charges in the gun case against Ronald Montgomery, who had been scheduled for the county's first COVID-era jury trial. And whereas the Cook County criminal justice system's soft on crime approach only produces more violent crime and more victims. Whereas in 2020, an increasing number of gun arrests made by police in the Chicago area were being handled up front by federal authorities bypassing Cook County prosecutors. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the village president and the board of trustees of the Village of Orland Park, Cook and Will Counties, Illinois, as follows. The above recitals are incorporated by reference into this section 1 and made a part hereof as though fully set forth herein. The village president and the board of trustees of the Village of Orland Park resolve to honor the rights of victims of crimes. The village president and the board of trustees of the Village of Orland Park further resolve to support the prosecution of all crimes, including gun-related crimes, and call for the state's attorney to ensure that residents and businesses of Cook County are kept safe by holding violent offenders accountable and enforcing the maximum bail and punishments afforded by law. The resolution shall be effective immediately upon its adoption as provided by law. Any comments from the board?
Mr. Chairman.
Trustee Compass.
So first of all, thank you, Chief and Donna, for bringing us this information as to the impacts to Orland Park. When Cook County State's Attorney Kim Fox was first elected, one of her stated goals was to reduce the population of the Cook County Jail. As our lead prosecutor, how might she achieve that goal? We've heard some of these numbers. In the first 3 years, her office dismissed 25,000 felony cases. That amount is 35% more than her predecessor did. Nearly 1/3 of all felony charges, some of which include homicide, sex crimes, and aggravated battery, are simply dropped. Chief Mitchell has shown us what that impact looks like for our community. It gets worse. The Cook County conviction rate is 11% lower than what was set by her predecessor at just 66%. So if you're following along with the numbers, 30% of felony charges simply walk, and another 34% of what are left are lost in court. Those numbers don't add up to great news for the rest of us. And I don't know if it's intentional, but a recent public letter from an assistant state's attorney paints a picture of mismanagement within the Cook County State's Attorney's Office. And I quote, "Each assistant state's attorney in the office at some point has to work bond court. We all know how it works. It's organized chaos. State's attorneys have just a handful of hours to work up the backgrounds and create proffers of hundreds of defendants who come flying through the bond court. We have to run back and forth between the clerk's office to file violations of bond and probation, call up the sheriffs to clarify why we have a surprise arrest report sitting in front of us when there are no new charges for this defendant. It's so busy that we don't eat breakfast or lunch. We limit how much coffee we drink because there's no time for a bathroom break. In order to get through the work, we rely on the words of others, of our fellow ASAs, of the police who called felony review, of those who authored draft reports," unquote. Gun violence is a chaotic problem, even beyond a complex problem, and it's safe to say that all of us, except perhaps the criminals, are unified in our desire to address it. However, we sometimes allow our preferred solutions to cloud our judgment on what the root problem is and who the bad actors are. Those that disagree with one group's answer becomes another group's adversary. And that's unfortunate because meanwhile, the criminals could not care less about the debate. They're winning. We must recognize problems inherent in our system today if we are to have a chance on solving them. It takes 3 branches of government to keep our citizens secure. We are seeing clear failures in the executive, with prosecutors failing to carry cases through to their rightful conclusion. In the judicial, we are seeing bond and sentencing guidelines that are failing to curb future recidivism. What good can the legislature do if the current laws are not enforced? Why do we look to them to solve these problems when we can clearly see the failures must be addressed in the other 2 branches? This is my plea. Prosecutors and judges, fix our broken system. Do the jobs you are elected to do and hold violent offenders accountable.
Any other comments?
Mr. Chairman?
Trustee Malani.
Thank you, Chief and Donna, for the presentation. That was eye-opening, to say the least. It highlights our message once again. You know, the state's attorney's office just needs to do their job and help us keep the criminals off the street. As Trustee Compass mentioned, you know, in Kim Fox's first 3 years, her office dropped all charges on almost 30% of cases for felony defendants. But the charges, if you think a little deeper into this, you know, other charges were dismissed also at a higher rate than the previous state's attorney for serious crimes, including homicide, narcotics, and sex offenses. So as we look at most of the cases that Chief Mitchell presented, they were committed by repeat offenders. These were people that were on bond, or people that shouldn't have been on the street in the first place. So the state's attorney's office really needs to step up and keep these offenders where they belong, which is in prison. So.
Any other comments?
Mr. Chairman?
Trustee Healy.
Thank you, Chief Mitchell, for that presentation. As we mentioned at the end, not many of these were committed, if any, were committed by Orland Park residents. I'd like to say that Orland Park residents are one of the most law-abiding people in Cook County. It seems like you're dealing with a lot of exported crime from the inner city, exported crime caused by a lot of social ills, but it's exported crime by a lot of self-inflicted wounds by the state's attorney's office and Kim Fox personally. It's a shame, but we have to deal with the results of their poor performance. But we're not the by and large, our community is not the cause of this, the cause of this, but we have to be aware and be on alert to maintain that position of having a law-abiding community. I hope we can. So, thank you.
Any other comments? Cook County, under this state's attorney, has an abysmal record of enforcing our laws. We've just heard that. State legislators, their response to this crisis is passing horrible laws like HB 3653, which I already talked about here tonight. But now they're working on more gun control laws. How about enforcing the laws that are already on the books? Let's try that first. Until the state and county commit to locking up violent criminals to the fullest extent of the law and enforce existing weapons laws, everything else they do is kabuki theater and lip service. Time after time, laws are passed making it easier for criminals to go free and lessen their punishment, while simultaneously criminalizing actions of our police officers and our law-abiding citizens. Most importantly, their actions make all of our residents, our businesses, and our police officers less safe. It is time to stop the madness and enforce the law. It is not just gun laws that are not enforced. Just this last week, we arrested someone for a DUI. This person has 1 prior conviction and 8 prior arrests. We can't get a felony charge because there's not enough prior convictions. Well, you'll never get enough prior convictions if you never charge somebody. That's the whole fallacy of this game. We just keep letting them out again and again and again until someone drunk behind the wheel runs over a young child or an adult and kills them. When we know that that person is a menace to society. We know it. It's another example of favoring criminals and making law-abiding citizens less safe. It disgusts me and it needs to stop. Call the roll.
Trustee Compass?
Aye.
Trustee Malani?
Aye.
Trustee Healy?
Aye.
Trustee Katsinas?
Aye.
Trustee Reardon?
Aye.
Trustee Radiszewski?
Aye.
Mayor Pico?
Aye.
Amend Title VII, Chapter 4, Number of Class B Liquor License Ordinance.
Mr. Chairman,
Trustee Compass.
I move to adopt an ordinance entitled, an ordinance amending Title VII, Chapter 4 of the Orland Park Municipal Code regarding the available number of Class B liquor license issued by the Village of Orland Park, Cook and Will Counties, Illinois.
Second.
Any questions or comments? Call the roll.
Trustee Compass?
Aye.
Trustee Malani?
Aye.
Trustee Healy?
Aye.
Trustee Katsinas?
Aye.
Trustee Reardon?
Aye.
Trustee Radiszewski?
Aye.
Mayor Pico?
Aye.
Amend Title VII, Chapter 4, Number of Class C Liquor License Ordinance.
Mr. Chairman,
Trustee Compass.
I move to adopt an ordinance entitled, an ordinance amending Title VII, Chapter 4 of the Orland Park Municipal Code regarding the available number of Class C liquor licenses issued by the Village of Orland Park, Cook, and Will Counties, Illinois.
Second.
Any comments? Call roll.
Trustee Compass?
Aye.
Trustee Malani?
Aye.
Trustee Healy?
Aye.
Trustee Katsinas?
Aye.
Trustee Reardon?
Aye.
Trustee Radiszewski?
Aye.
Mayor Pico?
Aye.
Amend Title VII, Chapter 4, Number of Class D Liquor License Ordinance.
Mr. Chairman.
Trustee Reardon.
We didn't want to have Sean.
I don't recognize your voice yet.
Yeah. I move to adopt the ordinance entitled, an ordinance amending Title VII, Chapter 4 of the Orland Park Municipal Code regarding the available number of Class D liquor licenses issued by the Village of Orland Park, Cook, and Will Counties, Illinois.
Second.
Any questions or comments? Call the roll.
Trustee Reardon?
Aye.
Trustee Healy?
Aye.
Trustee Katsinas?
Aye.
Trustee Malani?
Aye.
Trustee Compass?
Aye.
Trustee Radiszewski?
Aye.
Mayor Pico?
Aye.
Electrical Municipal Aggregation Program Approval.
Mr. Chairman.
Trustee Malani.
Move to approve the electrical municipal aggregation program with the matching variable ComEd rate for a period of 12 months with MC squared for the supply of electric energy to the village residents pursuant to the village's electricity aggregation program, and authorize the village manager to negotiate terms of a civic contribution on the village's behalf.
Second.
Any questions? George, can you give a quick overview on this? And judging by this, I'm assuming that the rates that we got through aggregation did not beat ComEd's rates. Is that accurate?
That's correct. And we also have David Hoover here. David, maybe if you want to go up to the podium. David is the director of NIMEC, and for many years the village has participated in the electrical aggregation program through NIMEC. In the beginning, the prices were very good against ComEd rates, but now they're essentially the same. So David, if you want to just now talk about how our program is going to work.
Just to clarify, again, we do, every time we do a program, we check to see if rates that we can procure are lower than ComEd to save the residents. That's the number one priority. And once again, partly because ComEd has a variable rate, it's hard to beat that rate in present economic conditions. As a result, we have an alternative program, which pretty much all of our municipal clients are taking advantage of now. And again, for the residents, there's no savings, there's no chance that the rate can be higher than the ComEd rate. Our program matches the ComEd rate for the residents exactly on a month-to-month basis. And in exchange for that, there is a financial remuneration back to the municipality for the suppliers that are providing the service.
And so every year, as part of our capital budget, we do a number of energy efficiency projects throughout the community, and so the contribution goes towards those projects.
Any comments?
Mr. Chairman?
Trustee Healy.
I want to mention that as an aside, that a couple months ago I had some questions on the electric bills, and David helped answer those along with staff, and both staff and David did a great job. And with David as a resource, this guy really knows his stuff. I'll say, from my opinion, it was a pleasure to work with him, and his depth of knowledge we can greatly benefit from. So thank you for sharing your knowledge with me. Thanks.
Any other comments? It's a great program. We do it every year, and if we can't get better rates than ComEd, then I think it's great that we get money to offset a lot of the projects that we do. So great work again. Call the roll.
Trustee Malani?
Aye.
Trustee Katsinas?
Aye.
Trustee Healy?
Aye.
Trustee Campus?
Aye.
Trustee Reardon?
Aye.
Trustee Radiszewski?
Aye.
Mayor Pico?
Aye.
NIMAC 2021 renewal approval, village-owned accounts.
Mr. Chairman.
Trustee Compass.
I move to adopt a resolution entitled, "A Resolution Authorized the Participation in the Northern Illinois Municipal Electric Collaborative NIMEC and authorizing the village manager to approve contracts with the lowest cost electricity provider based on bids received during 2021 bid periods."
Second.
Any questions or comments? Call the roll.
Trustee Compass?
Aye.
Trustee Katsinas?
Aye.
Trustee Healy?
Aye.
Trustee Malani?
Aye.
Trustee Reardon?
Aye.
Trustee Radiszewski?
Aye.
Mayor Peacock?
Aye.
Non-scheduled citizens and visitors?
I have 3 that have signed in here, and I have a reminder, we have 3 minutes. Sue Burnett. Sue Burnett.
I'm going to go first.
What's that?
Patty Casimir.
Sue Burnett. So the mayor
We're
controls...
doing this in order.
You can speak or you cannot speak, but I call who speaks, and Sue Burnett is the person that's up to speak.
Okay. So I am Sue Burnett. I'm here. I'm a resident of Orland Park. I've been here for about 24 years. And I do feel that Orland Park is a great place to live, and I do feel like that's partly due to our Orland Park Police Department. I'd like to continue to say that I'm proud to live in this community. I think that Orland Park can be a model for other communities on how to be safer and more compassionate. Recognizing gun violence as a problem and having truthful, open dialogues about it is the way to achieve meaningful change and to create a safer Orland Park community. So I respectfully ask that the board and mayor please respond to residents regarding National Gun Violence Awareness Day in order to begin that discussion. We look forward to your responses about future discussions regarding gun violence prevention. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Mary Lou Warfield.
Mayor Pico and board members, my name is Mary Lou Warfield. I am an Orland Park resident, and I've lived here for 25 years. I'm also a member of Moms Demand Action. I'm in agreement with first speaker, and I'm in agreement with the speaker who is to follow me. And I want to say tonight that I cannot support the resolution which you claim honors the rights of victims of violence. The resolution does not even come close to the proclamation that we asked you to support in our many emails and at the last board meeting. Now, in the 4 years that I've been a volunteer with Moms Demand Action, I've not once encountered an elected official in the surrounding towns who has misconstrued this proclamation the way you have managed to do somehow. You have utterly disregarded the family members and survivors of gun violence, and I find that appalling. By the way, we have permission from the Pendleton family to use Haidia's name in our proclamation, and I'm wondering if you have that permission to insert her name and memory into your resolution. Also, the majority of gun violence survivors do not want the names of the murderers mentioned when speaking about their loved ones, as you did in this resolution. To me, it's insensitive to rekindle their pain. In Moms Demand Action, our efforts center around gun violence prevention. And if you would like to discuss how you can join our movement, and you have my email address, and for anyone in attendance, you can find out how to join Moms Demand Action by texting COMMIT to 644-33. In closing, I'd like to say we are moms. Actually, we are mothers and others. Remember your mom. Moms don't quit. We keep going. So we will see you around town. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comments. Patty Kazmierski.
For those of you that weren't here 3 weeks ago or so, my name is Patty Kazmierski, and I've been an Orland Park resident for 36 years. And I do have something prepared here, but I want to start with what the Chief of Police said. I agree with so much of what he said, and it's just so ironic that we are pretty much asking for the exact same thing, but for some reason you chose to turn that all around to make it to your own agenda. And we all aim for the same thing. You know, prosecutors are going to be prosecutors, defense attorneys are going to be defense attorneys. They're doing their job. What needs to change is the laws. And until we change the laws, and we can start with the simpler ones, background checks, things like that. People who walk across from Indiana into Illinois because it's so easy to do. Illinois has one of the hardest, strongest gun laws in the country. Illinois is famous for their gun laws. However, we are surrounded by Missouri, Wisconsin, Michigan, Indiana, and none of them have great gun laws. So that's how guns get into Chicago and suburbs. So none of us are safe. Nevertheless, she persisted. Mayor Pekow and board members, we sent you a proclamation regarding June 4th being National Gun Violence Awareness Day, and the resolution that you put forth does not represent the spirit of Wear Orange in the way it was intended. You changed the proclamation that I sent without so much as an email response or a single phone call back to me. After several to you, Mayor Pekow, I left several messages on your voicemail, talked with your secretary, spoke with, or sent emails, I'm sorry, to every single trustee here. I heard nothing, not a single response. And I feel like, is that how you treat your residents of Orland Park? That not even worth a response?
45 seconds.
I'm not only disappointed, but I'm really saddened that you could take our proclamation that has the true meaning for gun violence victims to make it your own, into your own agenda, leaving out any reference to a solution. We're asking you to adopt our proclamation stating that Orland Park is aware of gun violence in America. That's pretty much the basic idea of the proclamation I sent you, is to just say you are aware there's gun violence, and you can't do it. So as a resident of Orland Park, I feel you don't represent me, and without permission, you have misrepresented our view of Gun Violence Awareness Day. Our movement gains momentum. I am at the end of my sentence. Our movement gains momentum when gun sense activists come together to fight for a future free from gun violence. I'm not asking you to adopt our proclamation because we need momentum.
You're out of order.
I'm asking you to do it because it's the right thing to do. Thank you.
Thank you.
Board comments?
Board comments. Trustee Healy.
I'd like to comment that Chief Mitchell, that was an awesome presentation you had earlier this evening with your fellow officers. From being up here, I see things on a little bit on a different perspective, and the pride that you looked in your eyes when you patted everybody on the back who got their awards. It's you really do represent Orland Park for that. We all feel so much pride for the bravery of your officers, and it was an impressive ceremony. My other comment is just in general, over the last couple months, it seems like I've run into people, graduates of Orland Park grade schools and high schools and local colleges, and it strikes me that they have no sense of history or patriotism of the country. And I would think that our schools have let them down, let us, as some of the parents that I know, that let us down in teaching these things, these essential elements, and providing people with a road to follow to have pride and enthusiasm over the best country in the world. I would say that I would urge staff that if there's any way that they could infuse some patriotism in the Orland days or any other things connected with the kids, I would, even the use of a flag is something I would wholeheartedly recommend that. Thank you.
Trustee Katsinas.
Thank you. I just want to piggyback on what Bill said. That was quite a moving ceremony. It makes the work worthwhile when you hear some of the things that these young officers, men and women, have done in their over the last year. Also, welcome to the new officers. I said we were remarking how young they look. They could be our kids. So welcome them to your team. And I think the team, someone had mentioned that, but it takes a team. I think, Chief, you mentioned that. It's a team effort. You are recognizing certain individuals, but it's the team that allowed those individuals to be recognized. So that was really neat, and I would advise anybody to watch it at 6 o'clock on the committee of the whole meeting or 6 o'clock meeting for a very moving ceremony from our officers. And then on another note, there's a lot of summer activities that are coming in the Village of Orland Park, and I would encourage everyone to look at our website and on our Facebook page. A lot of neat summer events, concerts in the park, veterans in the park, Taste of Orland, in addition to our concert series. So, thank you.
Trustee Malani.
First, I would also like to welcome our new officers to a great team. They're now part of one of the best, if not the best, police department in the state. Also like to congratulate our award winners this evening and the officers that were promoted who have all gone above and beyond to keep Orland Park a great place to live, work, and play. We also accomplished a lot of other things tonight. We couldn't have done it all without our staff. We're continuing to work on the park rehabilitation program that our staff work diligently on. We work to keep residents electric at the best rates possible through our aggregation program. We're sending a wake-up call to our legislators here tonight, and we continue to improve on Taste of Orland, which is scheduled August 6th through the 8th, by the way, to provide our residents with quality entertainment for their entire family. Also like to remind people that the Centennial Park Aquatic Center opens May 29th, and the Centennial Park West Concert Series are on sale for a discounted price of $75 for residents until May 23rd. So thank you all for coming, and have a great night.
Trustee Campus.
I'm going to keep the theme going and congratulating our 4 new officers, our new sergeant, our new lieutenant, and for all the award winners that keep our public safety first in Orland Park. In the spirit of recognizing when we build on Orland Park's strength, I'd like to especially thank the Public Works and Recreation and Parks staff. If you didn't see it during the Committee of the Whole, having 65 parks in our village is a wonderful blessing, but it's also a responsibility to maintain. To Joel Van Essen, Mike Mazza, Ray Piatoni, and Bo Brunick, thank you and your staff for putting together all the time and effort for this comprehensive plan. I look forward to seeing its conclusion. Thank you.
Trustee Radish, or Trustee Reardon.
Thank you. I just want to make a comment about the police department. I went to a beat meeting for the first time. I lived in Orland Park almost 10, 12 years or so, and I went to my very first beat meeting, which I would highly recommend that everyone do at least one time. It was incredibly informative. It was funny. It lasted 2 hours. It felt like it was about 25 minutes with the presentation about the different parts of the Orland Park Police Department, all that they do, how they kind of, attack the town from a mapping standpoint, and how each of the different beats and their shifts, and they answered questions. They were fantastic. So I commend the officers that put that on. We had the drone team, we had the forensics team do little presentations on everything, and it was very informative. I think a lot of people can learn a lot without having to spend much time on an evening. In there, they mentioned the Junior Academy, the Junior Police Academy. It's on July 11th. Again, they talked a little bit about that. Sounds like another great day of something for the kids to do. They get to see a lot of the vehicles. So they tour the police facility, I believe, and go through some things that looks very enjoyable. So also I wanted to comment, but Trustee Katsinas, a lot of stuff's coming up. Memorial Day is coming up, a lot of fun things in Orland Park. We're opening up. You heard the governor today about the masks and various things, so let's have a great summer and look forward to those events. Thank you.
Trustee Radiszewski.
I too want to thank you, Michelle, for it was an excellent ceremony that you put together. I'm sure that took a lot of work, especially the presentation that you did as well. And congratulations to all of those officers for what they've done, and excellent teamwork and your leadership. You know, I mean, it should be commended as well. So I want to make sure that you're recognized for that, and thank everybody else for putting together the materials tonight for us to review. Excellent work. And to kind of piggyback on what Cindy and Brian said, we have a lot of great events planned. So yeah, things are opening up. So hope to see you out there. Thank you.
Thank you. So this is the second meeting in a row, obviously, where we had folks here to speak on this issue, and I'm just going to address it, very, very quickly. They mentioned that we have the toughest laws, and yet we want more of them. What we're asking for is enforcement. The question here is this a gun issue or a violence issue? I think we here believe it's a violence issue. You can commit violence with a lot of different tools. I think the chief would agree with that. It's a violence issue, and it's a lack of enforcement issue. It is not a add a bunch more laws issue, because a bunch more laws do nothing when you don't enforce the ones that currently exist. Enforce all the ones that currently exist, see what happens, and then we can talk about adding more. But you have to enforce the laws that exist. All of us on this board are against violence. We also support our police officers. We support them, the board before us, the board before that, the board before that, the board before that. That's why we have such an amazing police department. It's because of all the boards that have been elected here. We want to hold our criminals accountable for their violent actions and for their illegal possession of firearms. I simply asked if you agree with these positions, and I recommend using your valuable time and resources to lobby your state representatives to repeal HB 3653 and lobby Cook County State's Attorney Kim Foxx to enforce the existing laws. You want to make a difference? That's how you make a difference. Asking for a bunch more laws on the books is not going to do a thing unless we enforce what's on the books. So enforce what's on the books. All those that we saw there were previous offenders, except for what, 1 or 2? They were previous offenders. Lock them up. You want crime to go down? Toughest laws in the country here. Toughest laws in New York. Where's the crime rate the highest? Do you know that the violent crime rate is down in the U.S.? Everywhere else? From 1980 to 2020, the lowest 10 years of violent crimes, 2010 to 2019, those are the lowest 10 years. Not in Chicago. It's not because we don't have tough laws, it's because we don't have enforcement. So we need to enforce those laws. So I will continue to work with this board to support our police by asking our state reps to repeal that bill and to pressure our state's attorney to do what she's elected to do. She's elected to prosecute crimes, not to empty prisons. Prosecute crimes. That's the role of the state's attorney. Enforce our laws and protect our citizens. And I take a significant disagreement with the fact that we're not a model and that you're disappointed to be in Orland Park. I think we are a model. I think Trustee Compass mentioned we have 3.5 times the number of parks of a town average our size. We have 15,000 acres of forest preserve touching or inside Orland Park. Recreation opportunities that most would kill for. We have 12 million square feet of retail and development, which very few cities in the country, let alone in Illinois, can match. We were named the safest, in spite of all this going on around us, in spite of Kim Foxx, we were named the safest city in Illinois in 2020. I think that shows that we are a model for all the rest of the towns in Illinois. And I will stand here and argue with anyone who feels differently. And I encourage more people that want to come to a city that's the safest in Illinois, that has all this economic development, that has all these recreational opportunities, that has great schools, to come to Orland Park, because we want you here. I'll entertain a motion to go into executive session.
Mr. Chairman? I move to go into executive session for the purpose of approval of minutes, the appointment, employment, compensation, discipline, performance, and dismissal of specific village employees, collective negotiating matters between the village and its employees or their representatives, or deliberations concerning salaries, schedules, or one of the more classes of employees, setting a price for sale or lease of village property, and pending litigation against, affecting, or on the behalf of the village, or when found by the board that such action is probable or imminent.
Second.
Call the roll.
Trustee Compass?
Aye.
Trustee Healy?
Aye.
Trustee Katsinas?
Aye.
Trustee Malani?
Aye.
Trustee Reardon?
Aye.
Trustee Radiszewski?
Aye.
Mayor Pico?
Aye. Everyone can take Call the roll.
Trustee Healy.
Here.
Trustee Kasenas. Here. Trustee Malani.
Here.
Trustee Compass.
Here.
Trustee Reardon.
Here.
Trustee Radishevsky.
Here.
Mayor Pico.
Here.
Mr. Chairman,
Trustee Compass.
I move to approve the full and final grievance settlement and release agreement made by and among Michelle Balsamo, the International Union of Operating Engineering, Local 399, and the Village of Orland Park, Illinois, and authorize the village manager to execute said agreement.
Second.
Call the roll.
Trustee Healy.
Aye.
Trustee Kasenas.
Aye.
Trustee Malani.
Aye.
Trustee Compass.
Aye.
Trustee Reardon.
Aye.
Trustee Radishevsky.
Aye.
Mayor Pico.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman?
Trustee Malani.
Move to approve the meet and confer agreement between the Village of Orland Park and the Orland Park Deputy Chiefs and Commanders and authorize the village manager to execute said agreement. And I move to confirm the village manager's amended terms to the previously approved appointment of Joseph Mitchell as Chief of Police for the Village of Orland Park.
Second.
Call the roll.
Trustee Healy.
Aye.
Trustee Kasenas.
Aye.
Trustee Malani.
Aye.
Trustee Healy.
Aye.
Trustee Campus.
Aye.
Trustee Reardon.
Aye.
Trustee Radishevsky.
Aye.
Mayor Pico.
Aye. Is that it? I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second.
Call the roll.
Trustee Healy.
Aye.
Trustee Kasenas.
Aye.
Trustee Malani.
Aye.
Trustee Campus.
Aye.
Trustee Reardon.
Aye.
Trustee Radishevsky.
Aye.
Mayor Pico.
Aye. As a note to everyone on the board, you don't have to wait for me to ask for more.